On démarre, je pense, parce que les retardataires ont toujours tort, alors voilà. Alors bonjour à toutes et à tous.
Good morning to all of you, Madam President, dear friends and participants. My name is Dalila Barada, a member of the Higher Council for Education, Training and Scientific Research. And I've been working since 10 years in the education system and work with children in tough situations. About the education systems in Africa. Yesterday's interlocutors have been talking about very important points. We have challenges that are very particular, but also points in common. Africa is diverse, and even though we should go to solidarity and if we don't want to do this between ourselves, today's session is talking about systems in other countries, and our discourse is talking about the future. We should talk about the common challenges that we have and find solutions for the future of youngsters in Africa. I will not take long. I have the pleasure today to invite Mr. Ngarma Jalgami from Chad, Mr. Swef Kazwin from Union of the Comoros, Mr. Augustine Nombo from Congo Brazzaville, and Mr. Issa Abdou Momoula from Burkina Faso, and finally Mr. Eugene Uimana from Rwanda. Mr. Kadizi, the floor is yours. Mr. Kadizi is from Rwanda. He is an economics and the General Director of the Higher Education Council. His presentation today entitles The State of Higher Education and Future Direction in Rwanda.
Good morning.
Good morning, everyone.
And I will start by apologizing that I was supposed to present yesterday, and as she has been mentioned, I got an interruption of the plane, so I had to sleep over at Istanbul because of technical issues in the plane. So that's why I couldn't make it. So I thank you so much for you all, and I thank you, the government of Morocco and the council for hosting this important event. So you will bear with me if I take you back at where you covered yesterday. So I don't know how the setting was, but I will try to do what I can. So before I dive into my presentation, I once again thank you, the government of Morocco. We have been in collaboration with the Moroccan government, and we can't underestimate their role in supporting us in different areas, mostly in education. So I was requested to present the state of higher education in Rwanda and the future directions. So before I dive into the presentation, I want to mention that the growth of higher education in Rwanda is closely correlated or associated with the growth in Rwanda, because the growth of higher education in Rwanda has been more influenced by the trends of development in Rwanda in recent years. And in one way or another, but also the outputs from higher education for the last 30, 35 years also influenced the developments, perhaps some of you know, in Rwanda. So that's, you will see in the presentation. So I will start with an overview of trajectory of Rwanda's development. I will not take you much because it is a bit of out of my presentation of the topic, but since maybe some of you don't know how the development has been going on for the last 30 years, and so this development also informed the state of higher education in Rwanda. You very well know that Rwanda has been affected by the genocide against Tutsi for the last 35 years, where human capital has been affected among many other areas of development that were affected. Human capital was among the areas that were affected. As you very well know that if we don't have human capital, and human capital comes from education. So it was one of the areas that were affected, of 1 million lost. The GDP gets affected, almost fall by 146. Inflation, all these variables of development were affected. And the government has to prioritize key areas. And one of them has been building human capital and education, but also built on other key factors of development, mostly peace, because stability is very key in development, but also unity and reconciliation of Rwandans, because here we are talking of the effects of genocide. Then where to begin was more building the unity and reconciliation of Rwandans as a key priority. But in that process, there was a bit of traditional justice, which is, I think, some of you who do research on justice, you get a case of Rwanda on the traditional justice, where Rwanda has to find a homegrown solution for justice, in order to keep peace and security. In 2020, that's how the government, with other stakeholders, the civil society, political parties, and different, had to sit and define and redefine Rwanda in the future. And they come up with the Vision 2020, which laid out all development areas that were required. And one of them was to restore education. Maybe something I could mention here before I get into when it comes to education. Right after the genocide, we had one university, which was the National University of Rwanda. And the University of Rwanda had 243 faculty members. Right after the genocide, only 42 turned up at the university. And you have immersion of a lot of students from different, in the refugees and others coming in, but there is no faculty to teach these students. So they had to sit, because education was part of them, that we had to define how they build higher education. So, but also health and other areas. So maybe I just stop on that background. I just move to where we are on some of the areas. Because of that meeting that it took almost 2 weeks of planning and looking in the future, some development areas benefits came up, and they came up through that vision they drew in 2020. So you can see the macroeconomics. I just laid out some of the macroeconomic areas. You can see the GDP grew on average of 8 to 9% for the last 30 years. And the per capita income increased almost 4 times. And you can see the contribution of sectors, different sectors to the economy. So you see the upper part is where it was in 2015, after the Vision 2020, and now where it is as of today. So you can see other figures. You see poverty reduced by almost 20 times, and also enrollment, because we are talking of here education. You can see that enrollment increased from 67% in 2005 to 95% the last year. Secondary school enrollment increased, as you can see the figures, from 9 to 47, and overall also growth in enrollment also increased to higher education by 90%. Here I will come back to this figure of the growth in enrollment in higher education, because this is a challenge we see across the continent. Yes, we have registered overall enrollment across the continent, but within countries, I think you might have discussed it yesterday, we are still having issue of overall enrollment to higher education. But also that one is also compounded with the quality of the education. Perhaps we shall come back to this later. So let me lay out a bit of higher education in Rwanda. So within the framework of what we do as a Higher Education Council, first of all, we set policies and framework, institutional framework for higher education. We set accreditations of higher education institutions. Here I refer to private and public and polytechnics. We prepare education standards and approve them. We accredit institutions of higher learning. We monitor their compliance, and we do verifications and approve the faculties and schools. Obviously, we recognize international qualifications or equivalence, but also do a non-academic part, but linked to that, the bursary loans or financing. We manage that as at Higher Education Council. We coordinate the sector in the area of disseminating and monitoring implementation of higher education policies. We go to see how higher education institutions are implementing this, and we coordinate some stakeholders in higher education. I was reading the note for the Higher Education Council in Morocco. So for us, we do this in the coordinating the different stakeholders, private sector, higher education institutions, development partners, professional bodies, and others through what we call subsector working group for higher education. So we also monitor and enhance quality of research at higher education. There is another element I have not put here, which is the last one. We are bringing on board recently promoting internationalization. So obviously our higher education in Rwanda is embedded within the policy framework of the country, mostly for the Vision 2050, whereby the country prioritizes knowledge economy, building a knowledge economy. But to get to that, the country looks at the higher education as a mechanism to get to that, as a source of this expertise, knowledge to build a knowledge economy by 2050. And we get through our vision, longer-term vision of 2050. I will come to this most of the time. And we break down that into our mid-term sector plan, which we contribute to that as higher education, looking at how we implement this, which is the National Strategy for Transformation. So here we seek to produce competent graduates and conduct research and community engagement. So this element, this one, Higher Education Council makes sure that in our daily operations, that universities, polytechnics, and other partners are really producing competent graduates. Remember here, we know very well the question of mismatch of our graduates with the market. So we are always keen to see that, but also move research from the traditional research, but to research that is linked to innovation, which drives the private sector development. So the landscape of our higher education today, it is emerging, it is growing. So we have 39 higher education institutions. Here we combine public, private, and the polytechnics. We have 4 public higher learning institutions, but these 4 public higher learning institutions have big colleges. So colleges are so big, and they're embedded within one merged public university. We have also polytechnics. My colleague will present on the TVET, which is at the basic, but we look at the polytechnics at higher learning institutional level, which also has over 5 polytechnics across the country merged within one big polytechnic. So here we present the trends of higher education institutions, how they have been growing for the last, I think, for the last 20 years. This is, remember, how after the genocide against Tutsi, how the growth has been growing. You can see that the growth started with upward trends and later on moved a bit, slowed down. And maybe I could explain the reason. One is on the question of quality. You might have discussed this yesterday. So in 2018, because of after the genocide against the Tutsi, and the openness of the country, one of the things, universities came up, different, some coming within the country and outside the country, but they were weak in the regulations. So we ended up having a multiple of universities, but having issues of quality. So the government took decision, some of them, to close some of them. And also, somewhere in 2015, the other universities, public universities, a decision was made to merge them into one bigger mega university, which is University of Rwanda, and which combined almost 7 colleges or university into one university with different colleges. So even Polytechnic, also, that's when it was merged as well. So we can see the enrollment, how the enrollment increased, again, since 2000. So from 90,000 to 130,000 students enrolled at higher educations, public and private. So we look at also science and technology.
Sorry, Mr. Katosi, 2 minutes.
Oh,
Sorry.
okay. So I forgot that I need to mention the time. So you can see that science and technology also increased. Gender is another issue. Perhaps I will be jumping because of time. So the subjects, you can see the subjects. You see, education becomes big because of recent policies to enhance education, mostly teachers. But you see technology and health coming up because of the focus of the government. You see internationalization has been increasing because of the openness of Rwanda. We have mobilized because of the policy of openness, but also positioning Rwanda to be the destination for international students, increased. PhD enrollment has also been increasing, but with female mostly gets more increasing moderately. Yeah, we have the graduation, so recent graduations since between 2015 and 2023. You can see we still have big chunks of graduates being undergraduates. PhDs are still slow. So we have academic staff, academic staff at higher learning institutions. You can see there is a shift from undergraduate. Most the undergraduates are those who have been in polytechnics and moved from TVET to polytechnics. Now they are increasing, moving to masters, and the PhD numbers are increasing. So we see the PhD growth rates is increasing as mostly people with the PhD holders at universities, but we do have a target. I will show you shortly, the target of 32. So that's where we are at 23. So publications also is increasing research, as I mentioned. However, the question of publication, moving publication to research innovation. So we can see the impact on publications. I will talk about the funding, but these are some of the impact on publications and the ranking of Rwanda and number 3 on the continent recently. So the question of funding, because I read it in the concept, is also the same question, funding research and innovation and higher education. You can see it is increasing moderately. And here, the reason is because one of them, we might have discussed it yesterday, is the question of more basic education being prioritized than higher education. Perhaps we shall discuss this later. So this is some of the framework which also indicates how funding goes. And you can see in the figures is that private sector is still slow in getting into financing higher education. So this is, I wanted to show the picture of internationalization, the students' numbers. These are last year numbers. Right now we have over 10,000 international students, and the numbers are increasing, and the faculties are growing as well. So the future directions are embedded within the national policy, mostly focusing on STEM, focusing again on inclusive knowledge economy, and driving higher education as the drivers of innovation and research. So we are built on the national framework right now from the Vision 20 midterm strategies and sector strategies, and that's where we focus on most of these interventions. So mostly we are looking at how we enhance quality, research and innovation, academia industry collaboration, and internationalization. These are flagship programs we are driving, mostly positioning Rwanda as a higher education hub, and emphasizing on mostly on research and innovations, but also quality of teaching. And these are also on our strategic plan. Recently, we are developing that focuses on strengthening relevance, quality, research, and expand equity and access to higher education. I'm trying to be quick, just 2 slides. Yeah. The target of PhDs as well, and the target of STEM, we are targeting 60% of our graduates to be in the STEM-related areas, and also innovations at higher education also increasing, at least with the products of systems and patents by 55%. Thank you so much. Happy to be around.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Kadozi. It was very interesting, but I had to be the timekeeper, do my job.
Thank you so much. But
in Rwanda to develop human capital, and it's evaluated and proven with very encouraging indicators. And it's going hand in hand with, I guess, the socio-economic development of the country. So it was really very interesting. Thank you very much. Alors, sans plus tarder, je vais vous présenter notre prochain intervenant, Monsieur Ngarmadjal.
I would like to invite Mr. Ngarmadjal Gami, our next speaker. Mr. Gami comes from Chad, and he is an executive secretary in the National Committee for Education and Employment-Linked Training. And he is very knowledgeable about everything that we are interested to know in the evolution of the education system in Chad. Mr. Gami, the floor is yours. Good morning, everyone. My presentation talks about the evolution system, the evolution of the education system in Chad. Firstly, we will talk about the evolution of the education system in Chad, and in the second point, we'll talk about the evolution of the education system in Africa. In the introduction, I will talk briefly about my country, concerning the situation of the education system in Chad. I would like to talk about the independence of our country in Chad, the political and educational authorities largely maintained the colonial education model. And this system got Chadized or nationalized. This first reform, which is named Operation Mondoul, which talks about classical education and the development of the vocational training, and about development of rural areas. This reform is globally negative. In 1978, another reform was produced, which talks about scientific education, about civil war in 1979, which has ended. After the war in 79, other initiatives which were intended to defend education systems. The Constitution in 1996, which talks about the public education and fix the legal framework of the education system. And I'm talking now about a very important agency which promotes communal initiatives in education to deal with financing of the states and the partnerships of associations of students' parents associations.
Enseignement bilingue et dans le cadre de la lutte contre.
In the framework of the program that is supporting the bilingual education, which aims at reinforcing the bilingual education in French and Arab. Afterwards, we had created the National Commission for Education and Training, which is composed by institutional partners in order to propose some decisions regarding the strategy of education. And these are, as I mentioned, consisting of institutional and social partners. It is driven by 8 ministers that are members thereby, and is presided since then by the Ministry of Economy and the Plan. And nowadays it is driven by the Ministry of Higher Education and Scientific Research. It is composed of a permanent executive secretariat directed by an executive secretariat, which has predictive ranks. At the beginning, the functioning was good, but unfortunately the partners could not curb their commitment and arrive in time in order to just be included in an area of chaos. We tried to evade the majority of these formed officials or trained officials and try to avoid the weakness, the progressive weakening of the educational system. In order to avoid these difficulties which faces the Commission, the Ministry of Higher Education has instructed to somehow dismantle this structure that already existed, but it was not functional. So, by far and large, this was the most important element of the educational system itinerary. In Africa, after we have conducted some research, the African states, particularly the independent ones, have tried to implement the national programs instead of the colonial programs in order to have a national program. However, the means were not available, so we were compelled to look for partners that were generally not compatible with the local standards. And there have been some institutions created by the IMF and the World Bank, and they try to implement some recommendations in order to avoid or solve some economic crisis. These policies had brought about some drastical social consequences, comprising the reduction of the education budgets, the recruitment or the massive recruitment of community teachers of low level and with low budget, with low costs, and there was little advancement witnessed thereby. In regards of the challenges we have faced, for instance, the coup d'etats, the wars, the upheavals, and the strikes in Africa do not favor the development of the educational system. And this will justify why we had this massive migration of our African youngs towards other continents. And this is why we have been brought about to have a bank of unemployed youngs that are even graduate, but they find themselves without any job at the end of the day. However, the analysts present that the fact that Africa will be shining very soon, and it's gonna be a power even on the level of economy, politics, and technology, because the African youth has to be playing a role of paramount importance in this development, and which is the case with the Conference of Education Ministers of the French-speaking countries in Africa, who have gathered in order to exchange their expertise and political solutions in order to face these challenges in Africa. And the advisory institutions like the Commission, the Council, that are very active in our country, they did not respond very well on the level of Africa towards or vis-a-vis these challenges. The conference in Rabat that is organized by the Higher Council of Education, Training and Scientific Research, and the theme entitled "The Dynamics of Transformation of Educational Systems in Africa" has reached a pivotal point, and it is very useful to the fact that it's going to implement an advisory structure, a Pan-African advisory structure of teaching, which has the power to propose some recommendations through the conduction of studies and research. This advisory body, if it is good, it should implement on the spot or at once its recommendations. And in order to conclude the initiative of the government of the Higher Council of Education, Training and Scientific Research is of paramount importance, and we would like to thank them warmly and wholeheartedly for the organization of this excellent conference and for having invited us. Thank you so much. Mr. Gami, I invite you to join us in the panel. So thank you so much for this clarification on the situation of Chad. And Mr. Gami has elucidated something of paramount importance, which is the weight of history and the situation and the political and social situation in the development of the educational system, because there is the context of independence, post-colonial, the civil war, and all these aspects impact the level of our development. We always greet and thank the development of the educational system, but this is should be taken from a holistic perspective, because it is related to the social developments as well. And if there is no development on the level of society, there is no result. So the educational system is here in order to accompany us, and I would like to thank you once again. I proceed with the Comoros Islands, that is represented by Mr. Suef Kaswin. I would like to remind you that Mr. Kaswin needs some glasses, so I will lend you mine in order to deliver your presentation. This is an example of collaboration and cooperation. So there are some short-run actions and long-run actions. We start with this one. I yield the floor to Mr. Kaswin, who is the General Director of Literacy and Language Promotion, Ministry of National Education, and the Local Education Partners Group. And he will present us the experience or the Cameroon experience in educational transformation by 2030. So the floor is yours. Thank you so much. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, and distinguished invitees, dear colleagues, in Arabic, good morning, and peace be, may peace be on you. May God keep you and guard you, and may God keep and assist His Majesty the King Mohammed VI. First of all, I would like to start by thanking wholeheartedly Madam the President of the Higher Council of Education, Training and Scientific Research for inviting us, and also for this colossal organization. I also would like to thank Mme. Leila Khamnishi, who has done incomparable efforts in the organization of this event, and all along with her team. I would like also to thank this talented moderator of this session, and after finishing with the gratitude expressions, I would like to proceed with presenting or delivering my presentation that is revolving around the Comorian experience in the educational transformation by 2030. This experience is the achievement of the so-called national assets for the educational transformation that has been going on since June and July, and we try to agree in a country where we have some uncertainty, in a country where we suffer from the natural catastrophes. Each year we undergo at least 3 torrents accompanied by cyclones, and these natural catastrophes impact the educational system and also the education of our children. There was a remark that has been done by everyone here in the room yesterday and today. Despite the undeniable advancements in the educational systems, we still have some challenges to overcome regarding the education. The schooling in primary school, with a gross rate of enrollment, we advanced on this regard, and there has been around 17% of advancement since, according to the statistics of 2023. The secondary school has a gross enrollment rate has dropped to 15%. So this comes against a global rate of 70%. And this is, of course, coming back or going back. The reason goes back to the bold policies that have been implemented in the wrong context. We should not deny that our country is a small one and is a poor country. I reiterate it once again. It is a small country, but it is mostly a rural country. The level of enrollment seems to be very elevated because there is no more adult children who are delayed for the enrollment of schooling. The rate of illiteracy has already gone beyond 34%, which is an important decline in the rate of illiteracy. So the challenges are enormous. Despite of all these statistics, the Higher Council of Education has mentioned the reviews that are issued by the Republic, and it has got upon the restating of the coordination and governance, the translation of national policies, the legal framework, the regulation of mechanisms, planification and the follow-up of assessment, the training, the framing and the program, the foundation of the competencies and disparities, infrastructure, the financing, and innovation. So you can see how many problems we have to deal with. This council has got upon the President of the Republic in order to have a follow-up of the agenda of the UA, or of the AU, the Agenda 2063. He has called upon all the national institutions in order to launch an urgent mechanism of educational reforms. He has answered this call and been participating in meetings in order to launch the works that has been elaborated for 2 years to implement these reforms. He has subscribed to new orientations that are revolving around 3 axes: equity, quality, and access to lifelong teaching or education. Its global strategy is unique, which is to strengthen the human capital of the Commerce Union. The central theme of these assets was to develop the education training in the heart of emergencies by 2030, which means that we should make the educational system more performant, inclusive, and adapted to the challenges of the century. And we should also implement the digitalization in order to modernize this system and make the Comorian educational system more adapted to the challenges of this century. The national institutions furnish collective efforts in order to implement or to go in line with this theme, which is to transform together our system in order to have a better commerce union. But we should prioritize our national language. This does not mean that we deny the importance of the French language, but we should also give priority to our national language. We should deal with the management of careers, the inclusion of youth, and the avoidance of all disparities and exclusion. We should adapt also the training and the education with the offers of the job market, and especially to have an equilibrium between the private and public sector. The achievement of these assets, the actors have been relying on the emergency Comorian plan in order to implement the vision and the orientations, which is revolving about the inclusive education, the equitable, quality, and inclusive education for a lifelong learning, the SDG 4, and also to implement the governance, the driving, the follow-up and assessment and adaptation of the national challenges. All this will lead us to create a roadmap in order to ensure access, equity, inclusion, innovation, and the good governance. The reflection framework of these assets was national, and it has mobilized every component of the population, including students, parents, teachers, syndicates, the partners, the financial and technical partners, the governments, the religious authorities, the NGOs, political parties, and every other professional framework. This dynamic is subscribed in these assets, including the digitalization, the professionalization, inclusion, equity, development of technical and vocational training, and also it has included this higher body that has implemented the orientation law of 2017, which I thank wholeheartedly. and it has promoted the national dialogue and the partnership dialogue in order to advocate for education. It has mobilized all the efforts from different actors, parents, syndicates, the relevant ministries, collectivities, local leaders, and religious authorities. This technical mission has been dealing with the training, the curriculums, and the plenary assembly and the secretariat in order to help make the right decisions and materialize these national decisions according to the aspirations of the Comorin Union. This process is fastidious, and it will, however, go to a good conditions, especially with collaboration with our partners. We only need the green light from the president in order to concretize the work in reality. I would like also to thank the Kingdom of Morocco throughout the presidency of the Higher Education, or the Higher Council of Education, who has allowed the Comoros Islands to be hereby present and share all these experiences. And I would like to thank you for your attention. Thank you so much.
Merci, Monsieur Kazouin. Je vous invite.
Thank you so much, Mr. Kazouin, and I invite you to join us to the panel. Mr. Kazouin has drawn a condition table of challenges, which is very difficult. It was Comoros, not Rwanda. Sorry, yes, it's Comoros, and by the way, I love Rwanda. We hope that the president can press the button, because it would be enough to have the green light and launch the work. Thank you so much for this presentation, and it is very important to state all what you have mentioned in order to address all the stakeholders. And regarding the roadmaps, of course, the contexts are different, but eventually the challenges are the same when it comes to the questions of quality, equity, governance, and accessibility. There is also one subject that was mentioned, which is very important, which is the progressive introduction of the national language in the light of the linguistic matter. This is a question of paramount importance, not only in Comoros but also in Morocco, and I think in the entire African continent. This requires a definition of a real linguistic policy, an effective one, which remains a debatable question. There are also some ideologies that we should deal with, and this is going to affect the education system as a whole and the children's education. And I would like to share with you something. I have read that Rwanda has particularly worked on this point, especially that they switched from English to multilingualism. And I think they can share the experience with that. So without further ado, I will yield the floor to Mr. Augustin Nombo, who is emanating from Congo-Brazzaville, and he will present us the National Institute for Pedagogical Research and Action at the heart of the Congolese education system. So Mr. Nombo is the General Director of the National Institute for Pedagogical Research and Action, and he is also Professor of Humanities and Arts in the Congo-Brazzaville.
J'ai eu la chance de bénéficier
I've had the chance to benefit from the Moroccan invitation. Our country only has 5 million people, I would like to talk about my presentation, which talks about the theme of national research and pedagogical systems, about the Congolese education system. I would like to speak about my introduction. The first point will talk about the INRAP and its missions. The second one will talk about the expertise center and the pedagogical innovation. The third point will be a key actor in the curriculum reform. The fourth one is the driver and the education governance. And fifth one is the transformative engine of educational system. Lastly, as the challenges, and I'll conclude my presentation. I will talk about INRAP, which is the National Institution of Research and Pedagogical Action. In the year of 1955, which this institution was created, but in 1972 it was renamed into INRAP. This institution was created to accompany the educational reforms and guarantee quality of education. This institution and at the same time we focused on the branch and the three sectors of higher education and secondary education, and lastly about technical learning. Today, the institution is at a state of primary, secondary, and higher education. We no longer work about the primary and secondary level, but we want to work about the Ministry of Education. I would like to talk about something very essential, which is to conceive and experiment and practices of and conceive of educational policies and talk about an expertise and a sense of pedagogical approaches. These innovative practices and approaches in the primary and secondary level on these points we have become a key actor in the curricular. I would like to come back and say that I forgot to tell you that the general director is named by a presidential decree. We have become a key actor in the national curriculum, and we elaborate the education programs and teaching programs, teaching guides, textbooks, and assessment tools. this driver, I'll jump to talk about the fifth point, which is the transformative motor and engine of the education system. We have a curriculum dynamic and a digital dynamic. In the digital curriculum, we are benefiting in 2005 from a project which is entitled about.
Ce projet nous a permis d'avoir.
This project has allowed us to and distribute the supports, pedagogical supports. In 2005 and 2013, we are working on a project one of our colleagues have been talking about the financing of and says that we are poor without any finances since 2005 to 2013. We have worked on a project of basic education which allowed us to distribute textbooks and work towards our goals, but uniquely in French and English. Between 2018 and 2021, we had the chance to have a third project which is called PRESED. This project has allowed us to rewrite our programs in mathematics and in sciences, but this is based on an approach of competences. We have during the curriculum of primary school, and at the same time we have some programs, and which is a very big problem, which is the textbooks
numérique. Et toujours comme nous n'avons toujours pas d'argent.
Tool dynamic. So our digital gadgets has helped us to build some platforms in order to facilitate the education. And the second platform that will be soon launched, Receive, which is the learning passport, which is being conceived in partnership with the RTR. So this was all, but it's only been 3 years we have received good news, which revolve around, which is issued by the ministry. The orientation or curriculum, or the curriculum orientation case that has been sent to the ministry, it is a framework that will help us to advance in the development of the educational system. And certainly there are challenges to face, which are revolving around the financing, the unqualified staff. We have problems with the equipment, so this is what we can say on this level. Okay, I can go to the following slide. Okay, and I will conclude. We would like to say that we are very happy to be hereby present with you, because we have the opportunity to exchange experiences and be inspired by Morocco and other countries present here in the Council of Education, and throughout the experience you have in Morocco also, we can benefit from this accompaniment and implement the same thing in Congo, but we should take into account that we can also have a council where all the ministers can gather, and maybe we can also have an advisory framework like the councils in order to discuss the educational questions. Thank you so much, Mr. Numbu. I invite you to join us. And he has detailed in the pedagogical role of the institute. I also would like to go back to the point of the INRAP, that is in charge of training the teachers, conceiving programs, and probably I'm curious to know the borders with the ministry and the interactions with the ministries and the organs, because sometimes we have some redundancies and some contradictions, and it might be a subject to debate later on. So now I will yield the floor to Mr. Misa Abdou Moumoula, who is coming from Burkina Faso. So Mr. Moumoula is a psychology professor, and he is a member of the National Academy of Sciences, Arts and Letters. And I will yield the floor to you, Mr. Moumoula. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Madam the President. I would like to thank you and your team that has been involved in the organization of this event, and you have our warm greets for the invitation in order to participate in such an excellent conference. I am here speaking about some constraints regarding the agenda, and there are some brackets that I would like to open in this context, especially regarding the National Academy, and it belongs to what has been so-called by Madame Dalila the other initiatives. But before starting this, I would like to open another bracket, if you allow me, because I think that the Rabat conference is not only an exchange and sharing experiences conference, because since yesterday we have with us our responsible of cultural affairs of Burkina Faso in Rabat, which I haven't seen since 15 years because she was my student, and I had the opportunity to meet her. So it is also a conference of the meetings or so the National Academy is an institution that has an advisory mission. So and it does not only focus on the educational questions. This is why it is entitled the National Academy in the service of Burkina Faso development. So the presentation will follow this plan that is segmented to 8 points. First of all, the history, the status and the legal text, the goals and objectives, members, governance and performance organisms, activities, affiliation, and we will finish with the challenges and perspectives. And I will finish with a question, so I will be addressed to the panel and to the participants as a whole who have been listening to us since yesterday. So we have to retain two dates. The first one, which is the 8th of June 2013, and it was the date in which the National Academy of in the Service of Development of Burkina Faso was created, and after 2 years, this institution was built as a state institution, and it was implemented under the patronage of the head of the state, according to the law number 021/2015. So, what does the text stipulate? It is an independent scientific authorities that is sustained of high level, has a moral character and financial autonomy, that gathers 30 Burkinabean scientific profiles that gather in order to talk about scientific matters, and this has evolved in order to integrate other academicians. So there are some decrees and decisions of application, especially a decree that was issued in 2023 that is revolving around the organization and the performance of the academy. The objective is to contribute to the promotion of social development of Burkina Faso through sciences, arts, and culture. When it comes to objectives, I will cite some, and I will start by bringing, of course, the expertise of Burkina Faso to the public and private institutions and the conception and the implementation of these educational policies to promote a scientific culture, scientific, literary, artistic culture, and monitor the quality of education in sciences, literature, arts, and culture on all the levels of the educational system of Burkina Faso, and create an emulation within young people in Burkina Faso, especially when it comes to technology. We need also to contribute to the valorization, the diffusion, and the use of results of research, innovation, and technological innovation. Establish relationships and of partnership with the organs or bodies or associations that follow the educational matters. So, what are the members that compose the academy? We have official members and corresponding members and honorary members. So we are admitted, when we are admitted as academicians, they will be there for their entire mandates, and we call them the immortals, with a staff that amounts to 57 members, with a provision to 75 per mandate per term. The members comprise the official members, the corresponding members, the associate members, and the honorary members. There is only one for now. As for the governance organs or bodies, we have the General Assembly, first of all, which is the supreme instance of a decision of the Academy. Their decisions is sovereign on all the questions that are relevant to the lifetime of the Academy, and they gather once a year in a meeting. There are 5 boards. and each one is presided by one president, and they are the vice presidents of the academy. It's about the Sciences and Technique Board, the Humanities, Arts, Literature, Culture Board, the Science of Legal, Political, Economic Sciences, the Natural Sciences and Economic Sciences boards. When we have this distribution of the members around the boards, we have 56 members that are official and one honorary member that are shared by the boards. And on the level of each board, we have a maximum of 15 members that we should not exceed. And you can see for each of the boards, there are 2, 3, until 4 members that should be admitted. The number of corresponding members, just like the president board, cannot exceed 15 members. The vice presidents that are elected by the in the board, are elected in the General Assembly, and the perpetual secretary and the treasurer are elected for a mandate of 3 years that are renewable once. So what are the organs on the level of which board in order to organize different meetings? The office is gathers once a month, and every board meets at least once every 3 months. And the academy organizes a solemnal or an official academic session each year in order to present the results of their studies and reflections and recommendations to the head of state. For instance, when it comes to the already achieved activities, we had some pivotal points in the country, especially when it comes to the national academic. So we had this review formulation in the National Assembly. We have organized workshops, public conferences, and press conferences on subjects of actuality, on the ethics, moral values, and other important questions. I'm sorry, Mr. Mumula, we only have 2 more minutes. We have also set some recommendations that are relevant to the emergency measures in order to fight against COVID-19, the vaccination against COVID-19, the food security in Burkina Faso also. And the challenge now is the development of the cotton industry. And we have some other questions that we need to deal with regarding the cotton industry. So all these activities are subject of the report that are achieved and addressed to the head of state and also to the president of the parliament. So the academy belongs or is affiliated to different bodies like the African Academies Network of Sciences, the International Academic Union. And for the challenges, we have the taken into account the traditional knowledge dimension that we should implement and integrate this weak availability of many academicians and the instability of the support staff. And I will conclude here before thanking the attendees. I would like to pose a question. We have listened to different presentations in which they talked about mutations, and there is a point that I haven't heard about, which is no less important. The actors that are at the heart of the process, which are the beneficiaries of these dynamics. What are their roles and what is their position? I'm not saying here that we should ask about their opinions and reviews, but I want to talk about the students because we need to educate them on the dynamics of change. We need to educate them on orientation. We need to educate the students so that they be able to orient themselves by themselves, because they are at the heart of these different mutations, and they need to be able to understand the keys in order to accompany the different mutations that are being implemented. So this is the inquiry that I wanted to pose in order to conclude my intervention, and that was it. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Mr. Mumula, and I invite you to join us. Mr. Mumula has presented the National Academy of Sciences, Arts and Literature in his country, the missions, the organs and the actions. We understand the strategic role of the Academy, and what I have noted is the synergy that it favors between the different institutions, and especially the educational ones. He has concluded with an inquiry which will be the first question that we'll debate during the discussion, and we will proceed to the last intervention with Mr. Eugene Uwimana from Rwanda. We started with Rwanda and we'll finish with Rwanda. So Mr. Eugene Uwimana is the program manager, Technical and Vocational Education and Training Board. He is an expert of program management, and I like very much to listen or to hear the word management. That is very important in our educational systems. Thank you so much. Good morning, everyone. It's an honor to be here in order to discuss regarding the education and technical and vocational training, which is at the heart of the future of our work. I am emanating from the institution which is the Rwandese organ of education training, technical and vocational training. Normally our Ministry of Education works with the 6 institutions that function under their umbrella, but nowadays, now I will talk to you about 2 institutions. The first of which is the Rwandese organ of education technical and vocational training, that is in charge of education on the secondary level, but we also have another institution that is in charge of the polytechnics. But I will talk about some figures. We know very much that the rate of unemployment in Africa is hazardous. which amount to 11.2% according to the statistics of 2024. But we know that there are some countries in Africa where the rate of unemployment is inferior to 5%. However, there are some other African countries in which the rate of unemployment is ranging from 20 to 30%. There are myriads of youngsters who work in the informal sector rather than stable and formal sectors. And concerning Rwanda, there were some statistics that were done during the second half of 2025, through which we have understood that the rate of unemployment is being lowered. Especially, we have dealt with the NEET program after the EFTP. Why do we need this institution of education and vocational and technical training? This is in order to develop the competencies for the economic transformation, to create decent jobs and the promotion of education. So in this context, there is a call, or an urgent call, for a fast change for two major reasons. The first one is because of the fact that 14 million of Rwandese people are youngsters who need skills, jobs, and a better future, which is about 60% of the Rwandese population. In Africa, we are a population that amounts to 1.4 billion, which is 16.7% of the total global population of the world, which makes a big market for the local products. However, this continent still imports the goods from the overseas. So between 2016 and 2018, Africa has imported around 85% of its food from the external continents. We know very good that Africa has about 30% of the global mineral reserves or stocks, 40% of the global gold, 12% of global petrol, and 8% of the gases. So we need to question ourselves the following inquiry. We know that we are a continent full of opportunities, but what is wrong with us? This is a question that we can all ponder about. We know that we are in need, or we lack some qualified work in hand. We have a teaching system and a training, a vocational, technical and vocational training. This is the key for development. Now we try to follow a program of education 4.0. What is this program? This Education 4.0 is an intentional approach of learning that is aligned with the fourth revolution, or fourth industrial revolution, starting from 2000 until 2011, because this revolution or industrial evolution has impacted the educational system through the advancement of technologies. And we need also to work on creativity and innovation in the framework of this Education 4.0. So what will be the key skills in the future? Of course, we have discussed this yesterday. First of all, we have AI. will be the vector of all the reforms in the future. Nowadays we also have some self-driving cars, and robots have become more and more interactive, more effective and more productive than humans, and we have the majority of the services in all the economic sectors that are automatized. And we should also ponder about another question, which is as follows: AI, does it create jobs or does it eliminate or does it eliminate already the jobs that we already have? As for the manufacturing and production, we need to have also some skills that are relevant to production and manufacturing. In our industries, we need some competencies in industrial automatization and the management of our big data. Why? This is to allow a massive production of goods at the same time for the local consumption and also for the exportation or for the exports. Another important skill will help us to exploit our soils in a good manner, which are relevant to agriculture and mechanization, in order to ensure our food security and food safety. But we also need some agricultural commodities in order to care about our health in general. So this will be the drivers of and the factors of the fourth industrial revolution. We have started by the artificial intelligence, the IoT and the nanotechnologies, renewable energies, some automation systems and robotics, and also biotechnology. So all these competencies should be accompanied by the capacity of solving complex problems through critical thinking, and in this context we can resort to experts that are capable of converting data into innovative ideas. So how will we be prepared? Are we scared? Of course not. We have some recommendations to give. It is mandatory to invest in a system of education and technical and vocational training of high quality. Secondly, we should be aligned with the constraint of our training programs, especially relevant to the development of technologies in the current times and also in the future. We also should harmonize the regional and continental systems of the education and technical and vocational training. We need to reinforce the collaboration between the training stakeholders, the public institutions on the political level, and also between financial agencies and the private sector. And we should be responsible and assume our responsibility. We should work on our accountability as well. So we need to go through 4 major steps. The first one, which is to fill the gaps or to bridge the gaps in the actual systems of education, training, and vocational training. We need to propose alternatives and solutions. We need to mobilize our stakeholders in order to be committed for the implementation of these new strategies. And the fourth step, which is revolving about the results, these professional and vocational training should drive us into an economic and social development. I will talk about our educational system in Rwanda, and that this is our mobility pathway. We will start from the left. You will see that it is about general education. I think it is the same thing in the majority of the countries. We start with the preschool, then the primary, secondary school, and high school, and then we go forward to the university or higher education that is segmented to bachelor's, master's, and PA and doctorates. In our country, we have also the TVET system, where we have 2 phases of vocational studies, then 3 years of technical secondary schools, which provide normal education, but after the secondary technical schools, we have the right to continue towards the mobility pathway. We can go to normal universities that belong to the general education, but we can also go to another polytechnical institution. And now we also have some private polytechnic institutions, so the children have the right to proceed further with a normal university or to go to polytechnic universities. And both of them, they can access to they can have access to the job market because of the skills they have acquired through either the normal or universities, through general education, or through the polytechnic universities. And there are also some vocational training centers for those who could not pursue their studies after the secondary school. They can pursue a training of 2 years, upon which they are certified after these 2 years and after completion of the training. So for Rwanda, everyone has their place, even for the kids who could not finish their studies after primary or secondary schools. They can have access to other training centers in order to pursue their training. And after 2 or 3 months of traineeship, they can access easily the job market. I'm sorry for interrupting you, sir, but you only have 2 minutes to go. So, according to statistics, in our TVET system, we have 488 technical secondary schools and 108 vocational training centers, and we have more than 120,000 students. The recent interventions that aim to transform Rwanda to a modern and industrialized country. So we have segmented Rwanda to districts, which means that each district should have an excellency school, and we have also some training programs that are aligned with the Education of 4.0 and implement some modern infrastructures in order to provide favorable learning environments, and also the TVT has to train a qualified labor hand or work hand according to the international standards. We know that these excellency centers will help us to improve our agriculture and I'm going to show you some examples of the excellency schools that we are building at the moment. And I conclude here. Thank you so much for your attention. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Mr. Uimana. So you have taken us through a projection towards the future. You have talked about the AI, the industrial revolution, the modern agriculture in Africa. You have also emphasized the employability. So TVET is very useful and very necessary. So if you allow me, I will go to the other side. I would like to thank our 6 brilliant panelists, and I'm very proud of my team who has delivered brilliant speeches and in time. This should be noteworthy, and this complements what we have seen yesterday. Eventually, we can conclude by the similarities that we have in common, and we can advance together further and farther and even faster. I will shed light on 3 points that I have deemed to be very important, especially some points that we have talked about yesterday. We have talked about reform, but it is rather about transformation, which should be somehow slow, and we should not wait some short-run results. This is cliche, because if we work now, tomorrow's school will be in charge of training the Africa of after tomorrow. So this will somehow give us the privilege of clairvoyance in order to bring up some strong policies and strategic policies on the long run, and this will also allow us to ameliorate our level swiftly. There is also another point that I should cite that was aborted yesterday and today, which is the adaptation or the activation of the educational system, not only on the linguistic level, but there is also the models. We have the inherited models and the local models, and this is not what we want, and we need to mobilize our efforts in order to overcome this challenge. So whether we'll change the model or follow it up, this is what we need to discuss. There is also an academician or an intellectual of Indian origins who has talked, who is called Omika Baba. The colonial powers do not serve the local hybridity, and it is the local educational system that is suffering from this hybridity. So we need to know how to balance this hybridity in order to make out of it a strong point or a point of strength instead of weakness. And we have also talked about the disparities between the rural and urban areas that are paramount importance in certain regions and certain countries. The last point, which is that the education system is sometimes the vessel of inadequate problems, and it is very important to cite this, because there are some issues that are social that the educational systems assumes. For all those who do not link the social and educational problems will be condemned to social sterile problems. This is a saying that has been stated in 1906, and it is still important nowadays to be reminded of it. So without further ado, we are open to receive your questions, your remarks. So, Mr. Yes, the word is yours. I'm sorry, the sir here has raised his hand before you. So we can give the priority to our invitees. Please, you can proceed. Thank you so much, ma'am, the moderator. My name is Yusuf Aitblade, and I'm a professor of education sciences in the University of Mohammed V. I will take the word swiftly because I cannot start without thanking the Higher Council for Education, Training and Scientific Research for this colossal efforts that they have furnished in the organization of this event. And I'm coordinating a master that is entitled Teaching Adults in Lifelong Education, and I think that this conference is of paramount importance. Among the important modules of these masters are the educational systems and lifelong education in Africa, and I think that the conference is going in parallel with the modules of these masters. So,
representatives of the Ministry of Education in Rwanda. As I have conducted several expert missions for the Ministry of Education in Rwanda, I have always seen how the Ministry of Education and the state of Rwanda is carrying out a series of educational reforms to recover from the consequences of the genocide. So my question is, does the rapid design, implementation and succession of reforms create challenges for the stakeholders in terms of understand, first of all, to understand the reforms, to adapt the reforms, and to be more engaged with all these changes? Thank you very much.
Je vous donne la parole, monsieur.
Bien. Je vais un peu rebondir sur certaines préoccupations. Certains ont parlé d'une bombe à retardement.
I will go back to another point because some that have talked about the necessity of working in group on the regional level instead of working individually. I think Mauritania has found the magical word by working with some buddies, and they have financed up to now $37 million. This is a regional initiative that has been launched in 2025 in Mauritania, between Chad and Mauritania, in order to strengthen the access for more marginalized youth. This project has adopted a regional approach, an innovative approach, in order to build a more resilient and inclusive society, taking into account common challenges between Chad and Mauritania. The project is relying upon the creation of a regional institution of education that is based in Mauritania, and it will be a research institution that will train some professionals of education and will train some councils on the actions to undertake. It has a primordial role of harmonization the educational systems and will benefit will profit at least 1,500 professionals in both countries. So as you see, this is a product that reinforce or that strengthens the educational systems in both countries and will avoid us to do redundant work. It will also serve us in order to include youth people in Mauritania and Chad to the work market. Thank you so much, Ma'am Ramrini. The floor is yours. Thank you so much, Ma'am Dalila, and to the panelists. I have a double question to Rwanda. What has changed in the school curriculum or post-genocide school curriculum? I would like to avoid such experience, and this is why I'm asking you such an inquiry. And the second question, the change process, and I guess that there has been a change. Is this process documented, and can we have access to this documentation, which means how can we know about this fabulous experience? Thank you, ma'am, who is wearing yellow. The floor is yours.
I am the head of the education sector for the Islamic World Organization for Education, Science and Culture, known as ICISCO. And I would like to thank the organizers for inviting us, and it's been an incredible 2 days of intense learning. My question is for Rwanda. Rwanda has been the pioneer in systems transformation for education sector for K-12, and there's a lot of incredible lessons that we can learn. And my question is, can you please share some examples of how you have transformed the education system to the level where the quality of learning, which has been acknowledged globally, the quality of learning outcomes in Rwanda is very impressive. And it would be wonderful if you can share some of those lessons. And the second question is relating to Tibet, the manager of the Tibet institution. You're rightly correct. 60% of Africa's population today is youth, and we need to empower them. And again, Rwanda, according to the research that I've been reading, has been impressive in providing technical and vocational training skills to match the labor market. So my question to you is, do you have any research evidence that shows the number of graduates from Tibet? What is that number that transit directly to the labor market? I think that would be very important for us to learn. Thank you.
Thank you. Monsieur Slassi.
Merci.
Thank you, Dalila, for giving me the floor. I would like to thank the panelists for their presentations. Their opinions and their shared experiences have been really precious. My question is posed to Mr. Mawa to ask about the system of FTP, which is a system based on quality, which talks about the voice of excellence. This voice, which is linked between two systems, I was questioned about the base qualifications in the primary school, because I've seen the ages of 12 age which you have named vocational 1 and 2. We are posed by a legal constraint, which is age. You have a question, Mr.
Thank you, ma'am, and thank you for the organizers for this excellent organization of this morning's session. You have touched upon a part of my question, but I also wanted to talk about a part of the experience of Rwanda. I'm very interested to know how the pastorals are created for someone who goes to a professional training or vocational training, can go to this academic classical training, or to have this second option. So I would like to know how you can deal with the effectiveness of this switch. And I would like to address my question to the different panelists. How can we make our trainings adapted to our needs? And of course, taking into account collaboration and cooperation. This has been stated earlier. And can we be adapted to our needs and make available the competencies in which we are in need in our labor market? And we should take into consideration, of course, the legal terms and conditions, and we should maybe adapt them to our local conditions.
Thank you so much, Mrs. Moderator. And should thank the panelists generally. But my question is going to be directed to Rwanda. And perhaps Rwanda should be patient. You have been bombarded by questions. You have, in a way, become a model of educational transformation in Africa. But my question, however, may not strictly be on the presentations you've made. A rider on the question that was asked on post-genocide experiences. Presently in Nigeria, we have been going through a great deal of trials in terms of, incessant violence from here and there, ethno-religious, as the case may be, socio-economic, and all sorts of violence. And I know after the genocide, you have instituted the Gacaca. The Gacaca may not necessarily be an educational activity, but a sort of general socio-political reconciliation mechanism. But in specific term, I would want to know, because right now in Nigeria, we're trying to institute what we call Nigeria Peace Education Initiative, or education for peace, for the purposes of mitigating violence so that it doesn't escalate to a level that may be very unfavorable and really hostile. So in the education sector, were you able to institute some specific educational programs, whether in form of curriculum or whatever, for the purposes of, preventing recurrence of what happened in 1994? Thank you so much.
Thank you, Monsieur.
Merci. Je voudrais...
Thank you. I would like to rebound on the presentation of Rwanda. I would like to ask them if they can explain all the process of implementation of the policies and the trainings in their structures of technical and vocational training. Thank you so much. Good morning. Can I speak in Arabic? Is there any translation? Yes? Okay, perfect.
First of all, we would like to welcome our dear invitees, and I'd like to thank the President for this seminar, which we really would like to see other editions. And I would like to wholeheartedly thank all of those who were part of this seminar and also those who visited our country within this propitious time for us, and they have been patient to come from all the four corners of the world to their second country, Morocco. You are wholeheartedly welcome. My question is to all the speakers, and it's related to the extension, or to what extent families or the associations of parents in our African countries, to what extent do they contribute to the enforcement and to the enhancing their educational system in their respective countries, and whether or not there is an involvement of the representatives in the associations, representatives of parents, and of course I am also part of these associations, and for that I would really like to know to what extent these associations are contributing to enhancing the educational system, so that we can inspire from your pioneering experiences. And thank you.
Parole. Je voudrais m'associer à mes collègues.
I would like to join my speaker colleagues, and I would like to thank them for this excellent session. Just like the president ones, there were brilliant presentations. And my question is addressed to Mr. Quazwin from Commerce Islands. Through his presentation, I have noticed that there is a problem of access to school, because I saw that 3 out of 10 children can have access to school, and there are also some children who drop out of school because of different challenges. And I would like to know whether there are some reasons that cause these insufficiencies in terms of difficulties of access and dropping out. Maybe we can, thank you so much. Maybe we can take only 2 more questions, and we'll have to go for a break. And thank you so much. First of all, I would like to thank the Higher Council of Education, Training and Scientific Research for this conference and for this opportunity to discuss about education in Africa, especially throughout these rich and invaluable presentations. I hope that it will be a custom for us to meet more often to talk about education questions. I would like to address my question to the speaker from Rwanda, who has talked about the management or the program management. So this program of transformation in Rwanda surely comprises some pedagogical and management components, and also some of governance, but it has also a social and cultural component. I would like to know how you have built this component, especially the cultural one. We have listened to the speakers who talked about transformation, and in the case of Rwanda, especially after the genocide, how could you instill, or how probably you have imagined this cultural program, and how could you enforce it and implement it? Because the conception of the program is implementation, it's correction. I think this is an important engineering. And my question is, the second question is addressed to the entire panel. When it comes to the scientific research, and especially empirical national and transnational studies in Africa, can we have some hope on this level? Are there any research being conducted in this level, and can we hope for some evolution perspectives in the future? Thank you so much. And Now I will yield the floor, the last word, to my favorite poet, Mr. Wadier. I thank you so much, and I will also thank the entire panel, and I would like to know whether you have read the novel Jacaranda. And probably I would like to address my question to our colleagues from Rwanda to know what is this magical, or this panacea, this magical potion that has made Rwanda transition to the success we witness nowadays. I yield the floor to the panel, and you have the freedom to start from whatever question you want. I have a question concerning the languages to Rwanda, because you have said that you work in French and English, but for the early childhood, do they start learning starting from secondary or high school these languages? Thank you so much. So the floor is yours, gentlemen. Who would like to start? Thank you so much for these pertinent questions. I will start by explaining how our system functions or operates concerning education and technical training in Rwanda. First of all, I would like to state that in Rwanda, in our vision and in our long-term plan, we intend to have in 60% of our students in our system by 2029. So now we need to know how we define education and technical and vocational training. So people think that it is a second chance or second option for our kids, but it is not true. We have the general education. This is the choice of my childhood, and everyone makes their own choices, but there is also a technical part of the secondary school, the normal secondary school. If, for example, you want to pursue your career in construction, why not having some curricula that will help our children to have this A2 diploma. This is a secondary diploma because we have some levels, and this is the 5th level when we go back to the TVET standards. With this diploma, we can, or with this degree, we can do whatever we want. We can pursue university or maybe have the polytechnic centers. We have 14 polytechnics if we count also the private ones. These polytechnic universities can receive students from the secondary technical secondary schools. Before we had some universities that could not accept the TVET students because they did not have some fundamental preparation, because they did not consider sciences very much, and by sciences I mean mathematics, physics, and biology. But now we have changed the situation, and we offer these fundamental teachings to our students, in these technical secondary schools, and they can also have access to our normal universities after their choice. And we do not train a person that will stop in the secondary school, but we train students who will have technical skills which allow them to integrate the market job or the job market, and also who will be able to pursue their studies in university. So the choice is theirs in this case. And we have, as I said, 6 institutions that work under the umbrella of the ministry. One of these institutions is the one at TVET, which are present here, and which is in charge of technical education and technical and vocational training in the secondary level. And there is another institution that is in charge of the polytechnic universities. But we have other institutions that were not mentioned here, which, like Rwanda Educational Board, which is in charge of the general education, I may say, especially in the secondary level. But for the secondary level, be it the general or the TVET education, we have another institution that ensures the quality, the certification, the inspection, which is called NESA. For the secondary level, these are the 3 institutions that are belonging to this or that belong to this circle. There is the technical part and the general part, as I said, but there is also a third one, which is in charge of the quality assurance inspection, and we have the general director with us, Mr. Edward. And I say all of this just in order to demonstrate that education and technical and vocational training, this is an education similar to others. And I would like to underline another part. This was about the secondary and the university level, but if you state into the statistics of our country's employability, there are also students or kids who could not pursue or continue their studies, and they are numerous in our African countries. Do we disregard them? Do we ignore them? Of course not. Based upon the TVET, we have some adapted programs. So we wanted to transform our industries into trade institutions in order to be a part of our education. And then just you open, let's say, a kind of just we reserve 2 rooms just to train the young people about what you do in your business, in your everyday business. Soi-disant que vous êtes un garage, parce que l'environnement de travail est en anglais, donc je vais poursuivre en anglais. Soi-disant que vous recevez ces enfants qui sont autour de vous, de votre région, en mécanique. Donc, vous devez les former en mécanique en 6 mois, en 9 mois ou bien en un trimestre. Donc, ce format fonctionne très bien et cela a été une réponse pour gérer les difficultés.
But they didn't find themselves, they didn't have the capacity to penetrate in the labor market. So those ones in a program, we call the conversion programs, we call them, they come. The challenge we have is the investment because it is really very costly. And the private sector we have, it is still at, it is at the baby stage. So the government invests money. This is where we work with different development partners. So they come, government pays, all it takes to have, that category of people, trained and certified. At the end of the day, Rwanda TVET board, we are the ones to certify because we monitor and we ensure the trainings are being conducted according to regulations and standards in place. So that was just how our TVET program is structured. Please consider it as a normal education pathway, not just not just as a second option for those ones who failed in other fields. So I think that was one of the questions. Yes. So there is also a question, it was about, the reforms. We have regular reforms. It does not pose, a challenge to our partners. So my answer would be no, because our partners, highlighting development partners, they are always involved. They are always part of the process. Building on our history, our past, our background, which was really not good. So we had, to have different partners, and we still work with different partners. So during all the reforms, they're part of the process. They contribute, yes, they are part of the process. But what I want to highlight here, Rwanda is one of the countries building on long-term plans. So if you come in Rwanda now today, so you will find that we have what we call the National Strategy for Transformation. Now it's 2, because one was completed 5 years ago. So based on that, any development partners coming who want to come in, they have to consult our long-term plans, being the National Strategy for Transformation, being the Vision 2050. So that means that even all those reforms, they take into consideration all these long-term plans. So for any partners who want to come in, also should come and conform with the plans, with the long-term plans of the government that are in place. Il y a une personne qui a demandé l'âge du milieu de travail.
There is a person who asked about the age of work, or the legal age of work. For us, it's 16 years old.
Formal education, we cannot accept a child under 16 years old. For the short-term trainings, I say, for us to admit you in short-term trainings, you should also be above 16 years old, because you will be learning from work. So the ideal age starts from 16 years. So I think maybe my colleague will compliment. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Some question for you.
Yes. Thank you all who have raised the questions and clarifications, and these are really good questions. When I was reading the concept from the High Education Council for Training and Scientific Research for this conference, there is one element I picked that, of course, all of them are very critical, and we thank you for that. But there is one element I picked up, which is really very critical to all of us who are here, as far as Africa is concerned, the South-South cooperation and sharing. This is very, very critical, and it is very important and relevant to all of us. And I wish that we could have more of this. We continue to streamlining it, and we learn from one another. We don't think that Rwanda has done much, that you have not done as well. You have also done much. And we can learn from one another when we have this such conversation. I am a trained economist on development economics and political economy, and I teach and I do research. So some of these questions I'm going to respond to, I will need to lay out a bit of the foundation because it is more of sharing. But also I have grown up in Rwanda. So I grew up as a Rwandan young person, and then I ended up getting into the system. So I know everything, all the way from post-genocide against Tutsi, and now as a scholar, researcher, then in the government. So I understand some of these, most of these things you have raised. But as I said, as a researcher and a lecturer, I will start with the 4 key elements perhaps we could all learn, because I always receive African students in my class, and the number has been increasing, and they always raise these questions. But one thing, you raised that what has led this exponential magic change. I think if you study Rwanda critically, there are almost like 4 key elements, but that are very critical before I get into the questions. The question of leadership and governance is very, very critical. And how the effective leadership, the leadership that makes things happen, and the governance that really is able to understand the local issues and work on them and implement. Because we all have leadership, we all have these policies. The question is implementation and learning through what you are working on. This has been consistent right after the genocide against Tutsi. So an intentional design of issues that are realities on the ground, study around these issues and implement and make sure that throughout all this process, inclusive consultation is taken into consideration. The second is about accountability and transparency. How all partners that are involved, things are done in a transparent and accountable way. Even the one a policy technocrats implementing is accountable. The private sector, the donors, all these things. Another one is what my colleague raised, longer-term strategy. Every time we are strategizing and we are always conscious on what we have put in the paper. And we are always keen on these things. When we are engaging with our donors, development partners, bilaterals, the song is one. This is our priorities. And we are working towards that. That doesn't mean that we can change. Things will go linearly. Some things change. But when we change, transparency comes in, and we are always easy to adapt. The third is agility. You see, these development issues sometimes requires change and agility. And that comes politics and how you communicate the things. So you communicate really across, and you communicate the relevance of change. So I will get back to it in these curriculums and reforms. So the way how you communicate and you bring every stakeholder on board. The last one is homegrown solutions. I think the homegrown solutions are very critical. For the last few years, I have been, I think 2 years ago, I have been involved in designing the postgraduate university, the African School of Governance. Perhaps some of you have seen it. And we are emphasizing driving the homegrown solutions. Within our countries, there are solutions. Not just always importing, there are solutions we can learn around. I will get back to it when I get to issues of Gacaca. So these key areas are very critical, and we have seen giving really good outcomes. So the first question that were raised, effects of reforms to key stakeholders. Yes, there have been reforms across in Rwanda, mostly in education. Let me start with the reform of changing language, or shifting, not really changing, but shifting, because French is still there, English is still there, And Swahili now is on board because we are in the East Africa. So really, we saw that depending on the other longer-term vision of the country, we really saw that French is not enough, but we needed to collaborate across. And there were a bit of twisting and bringing on board English. And we saw more benefits than disadvantage. So I remember, if I could use my case, I was born in Uganda, I studied in English, and then get to higher education, and that's when these reforms were coming up. They say, okay, we are shifting to French. So the question was, why is this? People were not understanding why we are shifting to French. Sorry, to English and French. So the country took a decision that will finance those who don't know French to study French, and those who don't know English to study English. So the government took that decision and they financed that. As they were changing at higher education, they were also changing at the basic education, the primary, and revising the whole system, and also making sure training teachers, developing books and everything. That happened. But this is one of the things, as I told you, we have seen the benefits. But also there is still a systematic challenge, which I think I can mention to you, and perhaps those who are trying to learn around that is important. If you study education system of Rwanda and you look at the outcomes, you see good benefits, but also you see some challenges. And one of the challenges I see still continuing, which might change in the years to come, is the mastering of language, which affects other outcomes. Because the people, when they were changing to English, all the way from primary, because they had to balance that the language of instruction will be English, those who were teaching were taught in French background. They were taught in French. And that one took time to shift. Imagine someone has been taught in French, practiced in French, so shifting to teach mathematics, teach science, teach what, becomes a bit challenging, even though the training programs have been set up for teachers and others, but it remains a challenge in the system. But over time, as they change, and new bloods, new younger people coming in education, you see some programs are changing. I think, as I mentioned, in the once after the genocide, so the change of curriculum embedded in English and embedded in French as well, going together, and also the materials have been changed as well. So the question of head of education, I think, raised the system transformation improved. Yes, there's improvement of learning outcomes. My colleague raised the question of TVET, and we started working on TVET way back in 2000, around 2008, 2009 above. I got involved into this in 2011. So there was a question of unemployment among youth, and there was a question of how we deal with the graduates' unemployment. But also, the market was not getting really labor force. So then I remember they took us to discuss around these issues. And that's when we are moving to the second phase of economic transformation strategy. Say, okay, now we need to build labor market-oriented labor force. And that's how TVET came in. So we started working on strategies on TVET, setting up, revising the institutional setup, and that's how we changed the regulations and It used to be Workforce Development Agency, and then moving to all these agencies, my colleague has said. But after that, we're happy to see also development partners coming in. And there were a bit of resistance from private sector, but the government has to convince them. But one of the quick outcomes I can mention is employment outcomes. So really we saw a shift after a bit of 3 to 5 years, and employment among the youth increased. Because you remember, you see all people in Africa, as you know the numbers, not all people go to higher education. You see, universities and all this. A big remains up down there, but the question is where to put them. So that introducing TVET and making TVET work for the industry really increased the employment outcomes among the youth. And the curriculum design really helped. And I remember I was in the team that developed workplace learning policy. And we were addressing key elements. How do we introduce teaching, but also these students are able to practice in the industry? And then the government starts engaging the industry to avail the opportunities for the youth while designing the teaching. So certain hours in the industry, other hours in class. And we really saw that. Right now, previously, it was hard to convince a parent that you would send your kid to technical schools, because every parent were thinking that they could take their kids to higher education, get a degree, get a master's. Yeah, now the family has educated. But today, you see the shift in parents, say wanting to really send their kids to technical and vocational schools because they are seeing outcomes. He graduates, tomorrow he gets a job, and they are really doing it. But also increasing the learning environment within these technical schools, because if you visit most of our colleges for TVETs, they are prepared. So I think that's what, so research evidence, yes, the research evidence, I think I could mention it too. Our graduates in TVETs and polytechnics, 85% get employment, the recent study we did, after 6 months. Then the question of mismatch, when we are designing, reduced by 43% when we introduced this, the recent one for 2023. So the question of the vertical mobility, I think you raised it. Because I didn't get time, I would have shown you our Rwanda qualification framework. The Rwanda qualification framework offers these two opportunities: the vertical mobility, but also horizontal. When you are studying TVET, you can say, okay, maybe I need to go to high school, then I can, to higher education, I can change. Even in the general education, it is the same thing. But also, there is also these other programs he raised. If we want how do we call it? If you want to start to change after graduation, there are other programs that targets graduates. The question of my colleagues from Nigeria, Gachacha, and the genocide. This is very critical. If you don't have stability, then the developments become hard. I think you know that. So, and one of the homegrown solution I wanted to mention here is the Gachacha. So, the traditional justice. So this one, I remember I think you have been reading about Rwanda. All these thousands and thousands of people in prison, while international communities are unable to really to address the things. So the government had to introduce this traditional justice and reconciliation. Not only just to address the question of justice, but also reconciliation. Because in the process of implementing the charter, there is also an element of reconciliation. Even the people who are committed genocide, it appears that you committed genocide. There is opportunity that is given to reconcile with the victims. And that process goes through Gacaca. But what I would say is that all these things have been institutionalized, all the way through our judicial system, but also in our education system. So, genocide, reconciliation, Gacaca, you find these elements within our curriculums from the primary up to higher education. And the curriculums, books are designed around that, because in these issues of genocide against Tutsi, there is a lot of controversies. So the government becomes intentional really to work to research and produce the legitimate materials that provides the whole history of genocide in Rwanda, and make sure that they prepare materials that can educate the students all the way from primary to higher education. When you come to Rwanda's University of Rwanda, there is a centers that teach around this, that teaches around and does research and teaches around these issues. But also in our judicial system as well, that they are teaching, they also include that. The question of parents in improvement of, I think the parents are involved. I think someone raised the question of involvement of parents in our, mostly in our reforms for basic education. Parents are involved. They form the committees of parents at school, and mostly they are the ones leading the committees. So recently, government of Rwanda did reform of learning pathways, because we could see that there are a lot of frictions. All these issues of combinations, we are not giving opportunities for students once they get to higher education. So, but when the Ministry of Education started the consultations, parents' committees were among the target groups that were made, and they provided their views as well. So right now, they are also included in the ongoing reforms as well. The cause of dropouts, I think someone raised the question of dropouts. Yes. Dropouts also increased. They have been increasing for some years, but now it is reducing. There are two main drivers of dropouts that we run from when we are assessing and addressing this. One was mostly the question of hungry, not eating at school. So mostly in rural areas. So, and we could see some of these evidences we accompanied with issues of stunting. So that the hungry, some schools were not providing food. Another one was an employment for these younger guys who are not yet level of employment. So third was the question of family conflicts. Those were the main drivers of dropouts in Rwanda for primary and lower secondary, per secondary. So government had to intervene into this, and they had to introduce school feeding across the country. And development partners and others also had to chip in, NGOs, and we have been seeing the dropout rate reducing dramatically across that. Another one was also, I forgot, was the congestion within a class. So the government had to introduce school construction, increase the school construction. so that they reduce the number of pupils in the class. So these findings have really increased the enrollment across. How to enforce the programs? I think there were a question of, I think social culture addressed that. How to enforce these cultural programs? I think, let me see the question of culture. Across these elements, so culture is embedded mostly in Kinyarwanda teaching. So the question of research, I think, I don't know who raised it. This is very critical to all of us. And me as the researcher, I see it as a gap. So we have a lot we can share, but we are less intentional in investing into scientific research on these intervention programs we are implementing. And in our higher education councils and what, you see that we really don't work hard to address this, the empirical research on what we are doing. So perhaps it could be something we need to work on. In our case in Rwanda, we are now changing the Higher Education Council in Rwanda, and we are bringing in research. But in research, we are really considering this element. How do we study empirically interventions we are doing? Because if we don't do that, the West will promote the information that is not real for us. So we would rather employ our scientific research really to provide, to learn from what we are doing. And that's one has not been doing. So for us, we are working on it. The bilingual language,
I have to respect the time, I'm sorry. Everything is so interesting.
Yes. So the bilingual, I addressed it, was the last one, I think. Thank you.
Sorry. Y a-t-il des réponses particulières à des questions particulières? Oui, je pense que monsieur, vous avez reçu...
Il y a des questions qui m'ont été posées.
Qui vous été posées directement.
I would like to thank the person who addressed the questions, because it allows me to widen the demonstration on our experiences regarding the Comoros Islands. I have mentioned that it is a small country and a poor one. The challenges are there, and I also stated that we suffer from the environmental or natural catastrophes. We have almost 3 torrents per year that devastates the infrastructures. And these islands, the islands of Comoros is administered by France, so we have migrations that are being undertaken every year, and by that we unfortunately can make one of the biggest symmetries of the world through this migration, because it is being done by an illegal manner, and my Comorians wants to cross the sea in order to attain the other part that is administered by France. So there are a lot of challenges to deal with. This phenomenon makes us or drives us to make some report, and there is also the question of girls schooling. And there is a stereotype in our country which stipulates that the woman or the girl should stay at home. This is a huge stereotype. Every year, the ministry furnishes some efforts in order to raise awareness about the importance of schooling, and also to break this stereotype. This is a huge battle that we should undertake also, and we also try to combat this stereotype about favorism towards boys. We should not continue to think that girls are made only for staying at home or in the kitchen, but this is a long ago this is a long ago denied stereotype. We do not invite women to come to us, but we should make an effort to go to women in order to include her. So once the man goes towards the woman, this is normal. So the inclusion of girls is a chance for the entire family, for the survival of the family. And I would not deny that in 2023, the statistics have shown that 45% of the population live under the threshold of poverty. We have only 20% of rich people in the category of rich, and the rest are in the middle class. So the question of financing is at the heart of everything, and with all these poverty challenges, we need to ensure that the girls can also be majorly included, and this starts by fighting against some social phenomena like the stereotype of keeping girls at home, or the early marriage of girls at a minor age. This is all important to be taken into consideration, and we are now trying to follow a model of instructing and training girls, and if you see the output or the results, you would think that these girls emanate from a rich environment, but it's only the results of our model. And the Higher Council has required for these assets should be implemented and ensured throughout the entire process in order to ensure the quality and the equity and access to school. The access of children to school, though it is linked to the first question. So in this regard, we are lacking some infrastructures, of course, and we are trying to conduct some projects this year with our partners on the local and international level, namely the World Bank, and among the elements of this project is the implementation and the enforcement of these educational centers, and the follow-up of the regular follow-up of the health situation of our students. And we try to have this modern and connected network also. And last year, we tried to implement a national platform that we call InSum. This is a platform that allows each kid and each family to be connected offline and to find all the programs and textbooks. Because each year we have these tornadoes, there is a loss of the follow-up of the curriculum, and manual textbooks and manuals are destroyed. So we try to provide this digital platform that you can access offline in order to find the program. So you do not need any connection. You only have only for the first use. After the first use, after entering your username and personal data, you will then have access to this platform offline for the rest of the users. Mr. President Azali has come in 2000 and in 2016. In his period, we have witnessed many strikes, and children used to drop out. After 2 to 3 months, students did not return back to schools, and the president has tried to remediate and reconcile the situation in order not to have another similar case. And since we have a large poor category in Comoros, so students, this is also an impediment, and students start working at an early age, probably at 12 to 13 years old, in order to help their families. So for Moroni, which is the capital, things are majorly administrative, and this is where we can find people who have continued or completed their studies. In the other cities, there are more of a trade going on, and children try to work in such cities where they have to deal with containers, businesses, deals in order to travel afterwards to the overseas, like in Dubai, the UAE, or such Gulf countries. So this entire body tries to demonstrate that the educational system in Comoros is not going very well as we wish, and we try now to provide a roadmap that will remediate and reconciliate this entire situation. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much, everyone. And I think that we have to stop here, unfortunately. And in conclusion, I will say that the change and transformation are here and possible, and we need to think about what to teach and how to teach and in which language, and we need to adapt our emancipators and build a future of a young, emancipated and leader youth. Now I invite you to a very small break before going on with a recap and recommendation with Mr. Sbehi. So we have 10 minutes of a break, of a coffee break that you can find outside, and we catch up after the break. Thank you so much.
حضرت
Distinguished attendees, ladies and gentlemen, Madam the President, we have worked during these 2 days on a central subject that is axed on the dynamic transformations of the educational systems, and we have followed up with all interest brilliant and rich interventions that open horizons and promising horizons for our African future in the education sector. We had the mission of presenting the recapitulation and the recommendation of this meeting in order to have wider extensions. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished attendees, we have worked during these 2 days on central topics, and we have followed rich and brilliant presentations that have a clear vision for the transformation of the educational sector in Africa. I was in charge to draw some conclusions and recommendations from this conference. This meeting to which I wish good follow-ups for on the different levels. So in conclusion, I would like to state into some points that have been aborted, and I will present 5 or 4 axes. First of all, why these reforms and transformations should be educational. Why? Education in particular is submitted in a regular manner to this obligation of transformation and reform, because education is facing a social and a strong social demand, and it has a role of social ascension, social development, the valorization of human capital. We have talked about human competence, which has constituted an engine for the social transformation, and it is determinant in the prosperity and the constitution of knowledge. And for this reason, a deep transformation of our educational systems is mandatory in Africa and in the other continents also. The effects of these studies make the transformation of the future of the upcoming generations, the climate change, the industrial revolution and technological revolution, the change in the job market, the change of cultural references, the tensions between favored and unfavored areas, between the private and public sectors. So we have more or less some determinant impacts on the socio-economic level. The political authorities of our respective countries tend to change on the educational sectors for the tomorrow's actors, who are the students of today, can face or can be able to face these challenges. And we were able to organize this African conference on the dynamic transformation of the educational systems in order to promote and to develop the education, training, and scientific research. In terms of the solutions that were presented during the 3 sessions, the conference was revolving around the conditions of success of all the transformation process in the educational sector. They questioned the leverages of these transformations and what are the results that we will end up with in the educational sector. This concept of transformation and reform, and educational transformation and reform, in terms of policies, they are not restricted to the intentions and actions of the government, but it is also contingent upon the different actors, structures, organizations, and relevant people that related to the conception, the implementation, and the assessment. All these actors make some choices that are adapted and to the policies and are able to enforce them. So this educational transformation or reform cannot be restricted to a governmental program, but it should designate, in addition to that, and should be adequated to the different social actors. On the other hand, this educational transformation and reform is subscribed under a complex and long-run project, depending on the discrepancies of the different countries and the different actors relevant thereto. The political reforms are not the same, of course. Sometimes these political alternatives give us the impression that we have continuous success but without seeing any palpable or tangible results. So this is why we need to sanctuarize the educational system. And now we will move forward to the opportunity and the pertinence of this educational reform depending on the specificities of each of our countries. This pertinence is contingent upon the state of development of the educational system as a whole, the available resources to mobilize for this reform, and also the time framework needed for this development. We need to take into account the differences between our countries, because there are some who have already been generalization to work in order to improve the access to schooling through infrastructure, training the teachers, and we should be able to review the quality of learnings. We also should go beyond that to promote a social project, and the reform is looking for a profound social change. All these phases are intercomplementary, and sometimes we have in the same country where we have different constraints depending on the territory, and which requires an adaptation of these solutions. So we should know how to build a common understanding of this change and create an integrated vision of the educational transformation, because this transformation will rid us of some uncertainties, and we should share this task of transformation between the entire organisms of the educational system. The objective is to ensure that this reform is a fruit of a collaboration and not an injection or a decision. This reform is only concretized if the environment make it appropriate and implement it. There are five principal elements that should be shared in order to create this common understanding of the transformation. First of all, the objective of the reform, their justification, their legitimacy, and their pertinence. Secondly, what are the measures that are necessary to be implemented in an integrated or a holistic approach regarding governance, driving, curriculum, resources, and thirdly, taking into consideration the real possibilities of the administrations and teachers by building their capacities, and fourthly, the financing aspect, which is one of paramount importance for the transformation because it ensures the good functioning in the process and ultimately a trustworthy system of education and of assessment that ensures a frequent and regular follow-up. We should also manage these uncertainties and the risk, and it is the right of every institution to reject to embark in this adventurous journey. But this is where lies the importance of the human capital. Now we should tackle the question of a political and social context that is favorable, because this is very compulsory in order to ensure the production. Reforming or transforming an educational system is pertinently a political operation. This is not sectorial, which pre-requires the commitment of the state, and it can add up to that a list or set of mobilizers, because education is more than a policy. It is a social project. So we should apprehend the educational system throughout the future of society. Always in the framework of this favorable social and political context, we should not deny that the support of the teachers syndicate is of primordial significance, because it will allow us to valorize the education system. So it will also concern the capacity of negotiation and how to persuade the actors by the rightness and the exactitude of our work. This is relying upon complex poles and is contingent upon different actors on different levels, because this reform is a common responsibility and is at the heart of our nation's preoccupations, especially when it comes to the participation of the family, the civil society, enterprises, professional associations, territorial collectivities, and different ministerial departments in order to strengthen equity, quality, and the pertinence of the assessment. So we are in need of a strong political will and also support from the civil society. This is an amalgamation of institutions, and a good financing requires a continuous social and social commitments in order to ensure lifelong learning and education. So, what are the perspectives of the future, and what are our common challenges? So I have already mentioned about, we have already talked about AI, Education 4.0, Industrial Revolution, but we need a global perspective in order to reform the educational systems. However, the importance of our challenges cannot be denied. These have led us to rethink our educational systems and the way how we need to debate. We need to improve the results of students in terms of equity, strengthen the quality of education by training the teachers and administrators in the educational sector. And the Council of Reform has attributed an incomparable interest to these aspects. We are projecting ourselves also to 2040-2050 beyond the academic level. We need to distinguish between the space and the environment. We should have a large network that diversifies the education offers, and our continent in its diversity confronts socioeconomic challenges. Africa has several demographic points, and by 2030 we'll have an uprise of 40% of the African population. If the human capital is well valorized, the outcomes will be positive. So we have a huge variety of results when it comes to equity and quality. The inequity, which means the quality that is offered to some people, also the inequalities, the territorial inequalities between the social classes and between the schools. There are some actors on the field that confront some problem to which they were not prepared or they did not expect. The insecurity, psychological and physical problems, the dropout of students, all these challenges are assumed by the administrators and the teachers, but they were not prepared for this. So we have also some discrepancies between the elite categories and the others. Is in our continent as well, and this is a pejorative point, and it will remain as such if we do not tackle it as fast as possible. We need to think about the system of regulation of our collective responsibility, where the decisions are made on the local level, and we should centralize it as much as possible and build the capacities and improve the skills instead of relying on this up-down hierarchy. We need to answer to the local needs in order to assume a collective responsibility and support the efforts that are relevant to the educational systems and implement larger and more bolder policies. There are some institutions and organs in the educational sector that has status of good governance to evaluate the good governance and assess the work of the policies that are being implemented. However, they are independent, and these bodies have the crucial role of a sentinel. Of an alarm. It has also a role of an alarm, but this is not enough, because when the alarm is not well heard, this is not sufficient to mobilize the effort. We should receive some analysis to proposals of recommendations, and maybe add to that some alerts or some alarms in order to tell or to inform people that our analysis and studies are not being taken into consideration. This conference has demonstrated the degree of maturity and professionalism that we have all reached, which opens the door to an institutionalized and an advanced consultation on a primordial question, which is one of the educational transformation. On AI, on education 4.0, on the training of teachers, the quality assurance, food security or scientific research, the integration of the general training and vocational training, the lifelong education, on the importance and the necessity of providing the referential systems of competences and strengthening the coherence and the quality of trainings, on the harmonization of standards throughout the African framework of qualification. All these aspects and others should be debated in the framework. In this framework, we should reflect on that and find solutions also with the advisory organizations of Africa. For me and for us all, I think, 2 days, these 2 days were rich, and they have demonstrated our potentials, our challenges, but also our will to act together. And this is the maturity we have reached, and thank you so much for the attention you have attributed to my presentation. I call upon my colleague, our General Secretary General, Mr. Mohamed Shafiqi, for the closing remarks. Thank you so much, Mr. Sbehi. So your ovation means that the summary was approved. If you have any remarks, you are most welcome, of course. But if you allow me, in order to conclude the works of these 2 days, I would like to state a discourse on behalf of Madam the Presidents, Mrs. and Ma'ams, the Presidents of the different organizations and bodies of the African continent, all in their name and quality. We reached the end of the works of this African conference that are rich and have a clear vision and perspectives. We nowadays have the opportunity in order to share our experiences and to know how to deal with our common challenges in order for an inclusive society of the future. I would like to thank all our participants and panelists who have emanated from far away in order to share their analysis and underline the pertinence of their contributions. I would like also to thank His Excellency Mr. Mohamed Larouchi, Ambassador of His Majesty the King Mohammed VI, permanent representative of the Moroccan Kingdom in the African Union, Ma'am Najat Mjid Mala, special representative of the Secretary General of the UN, and Ma'am Milir Filet, President of the National Council of Higher Education of Malawi, who have contributed via recordings or video calls to participate in the conference. We also would like to thank our moderators, our reporters of the different sessions who have moderated the debates and have reported the outcomes and outputs of these debates. and also for having summarized the brilliant interventions of these sessions. I would like also to thank all the participants, females and males, for their rich inputs they have provided, and the acts will be also shared later on in order to exchange the pertinent and different attributions through the conference. We wish that we will have a strengthened collaboration between or among our different organizations and institutions for a reform and a transformation of our educational system in Africa. I would like, in conclusion, I would like to thank each one of them sincerely. I sincerely thank you for the contributions you have attributed to this conference, and I would like also to thank also all the staff of the higher education, of education, training, and scientific research, who have mobilized their efforts calmly in order to organize this two-day conference. I wish you a safe and good return to your homes back, and thank you so much once again. And after having announced the closing remarks, we'll have a roundtable after lunch with the presidents and the members of the hereby present delegations around 2:30 p.m. in order to have a roundtable of about 1 to 1:30. 1 hour 30 in order to discuss about the perspectives of the future, and I wish a good comeback to the other participants. Thank you.